It is September 22nd, 2022. The time is 10:05 a.m. and I will call to order the Board of Directors of the Benton County Transportation Authority. The first item is our invocation. I will ask all alternate passengers to please do the invocation.
Join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you this day to contemplate the future, monumental decision for DCTA. Thank you for the leaders in this room that represent the respective communities. Help us to be mindful of the needs of those who are struggling, to be wise in our governance and decisions. Thank you for all the staff of DCTA who give themselves work so hard for their leadership. Just thank you for the opportunity to have to serve in this great country. And there's something.
All please stand for pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Now the Texas flag. I pledge the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Thank you. Introductions. I have no introductions from the board side. Paul, do you have any introductions?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce Belinda Dovalina. Come in. Belinda joined our staff at the beginning of September as our accounting manager. She comes to DCTA from University of Texas, San Antonio, where she did finance work for the facilities team. She's a licensed CPA with more than 30 years of experience, and we are more than thrilled to have her with us. So, good morning. Thank you, Belinda.
Good morning. Welcome.
And then we'd like to have Athena come and introduce a new member on her team as well.
I would like to introduce Sarah McKinney. She joined us. This is her first week. She's joining us as a student procurement specialist. She has previous experience in school districts. So we're happy to have her here.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Next is our public comments. This is an agenda item to provide an opportunity for citizens to address the DCTA Board of Directors on any agenda item or items or other matter related to DCTA. Each speaker will be giving a total of 3 minutes to address any item. Anyone wishing to speak shall be courteous and cordial. Speakers making personal, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks may be removed from the meeting. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, clapping, and similar demonstrations will not be permitted. Citizens that are not able to participate in person must email his or her comments to Keisha Morrison Perkins at dca.net no later than 3 p.m. on Wednesday, September 21st, 2022, to ensure the comments will be distributed to the board prior to the meeting. This time I have 2 speakers that would like to speak. I will call first up Rushi, and why? I don't want to. Rushi, could you introduce yourself and give us your full name? Because I don't want to butcher your last name.
Hey, I'm Rushi. I'm currently a MD at the University of North Texas. Second year, and I've been residing in McConnell Hall for around 2 years now. So, yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So I want to shed light on the bus lines, not necessarily like the overcrowding problems that I'm having, but more on the fact that you guys can control it. Because I can sympathize with you guys, you're data scientists, you're stats people, probably crunching away, telling you guys, these are big signs that you guys don't have routes on. But one thing that you guys can control is the actual drivers, because if the driver is a bad one, my interaction with the captured or the bus is full or not. And unfortunately, I had one of those interactions last Saturday on the UNC Union Discovery Park bus. There was racist remarks made, and this driver was in particular with brake checking. But I just want you guys to understand the importance that you guys can actually change, because if the bus driver is good, my interaction will be good. I'm happy, and you guys should be serving the community for that. And I think you have a very big opportunity that you guys should be looking out for. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to say, Rishi was kind enough to email his comment to me directly and forwarded that incident over to the general manager at NTMC, who's trying to understand who was driving the bus so that we can take corrective action.
Great. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Ava Greco. Ms. Greco, you have podium.
Good morning, everyone. Good
Good morning.
By the way, we can barely hear you out there. I said something to Javier, and we just shrugged. So we can't hear what you're saying. We're just gonna speak on the one, oh, I'm sorry, Eva Greco from City of Denton. On item 5 on the regular agenda, the article on the agenda by Michael Morris, the version 2 speaks of the rail service from Dallas to Houston repeatedly. Okay, with an opportunity to expand the rail service. For us Dentonites, we have the A train, which will take us to Trinity Mills. And then you have to connect to another train if you want to get to Dallas even, okay? Which is average 2.5 hours to get to Dallas from Denton. I've been here in Denton for 6 years. And there is nothing to get us out further, nothing, that's comfortable, timely, that works with the residents. Okay, and I think the board needs to push on this a little more. We did have that survey with NCT COG coming in, and they're requesting Dentonites opinions, inquiries, whatever, on train service for Denton County. But as a Dentonite, we can't even fathom county service when we do not have local service. We can't even get around adequately, safely in our own town. So we can't fathom going county-wise. You have to give us somehow to even get to the train station. That's more convenient than what we have now. And some Dentonites can't even get to the to Hickory Street, to the transit center. And this is a big, big issue. It's a hardship. Okay. And there's discussions already in the works, eliminating more fixed routes. Okay, and bringing in more GO Zone. And just the other day, again, you had 2 GO Zone vehicles. Both were making illegal U-turns and they crashed into each other. That was earlier this week. And that it's getting worse with GO Zone. I know there have been many residents coming before this board for months, well, actually for a year.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, I'm gonna finish up. The board, I'm asking you have to listen to the residents. Okay, we do need you and take action. It's serious now to the point, accidents and things like this. It's the danger of the citizens that you all represent as far as public transportation is concerned. I thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
That concludes the public speakers I have here. I do have an email that was submitted earlier this week. I will read it into the records. This was from Victoria Allen. I read your regular agenda item number 2, and I'm confused as to what you're considering. What it appears to some of my fellow bus operators is that you are proposing just a one-time payment of $1,000. I strongly encourage you to consider making it a $2,500 to offset the reduced hours from summertime and the already in place higher cost of living. It is unclear as to whether the 5% increase is being considered or not, or it is already built into the budget. Built into the budget, but for whom? I strongly encourage that you move forward with both. Show the bus operators you are vested in them and not just via. Of course, the increase would have to go to the union first, but I know that we do not want to hold up the increase for the much needed bus operators, so negotiations would be swift so as not to harm the operators. Thank you for taking the time to read my statement. That is all the information on public comments. Is there anything else that came in? Okay, seeing none, we will then move on to the consent agenda item. These are items that are usual and customary and are usually taken as a whole. Is there a desire from any board members to pull any agenda items for individual consideration? If not, is there
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
have a motion to approve?
Second.
And I have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Consent agenda item has passed. We're now moving into the regular agenda item, and I'm gonna take one out of order. I'm gonna start off with a discussion of the state legislative updated strategy. And I will ask Brittany Farr if she could make an introduction to our consultants.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Brittany Farr, the Senior Director of Engagement and Administration here for DCTA. It's my pleasure today to introduce our new state legislative consulting team that will provide an overview of the state legislative composition as it currently stands and get us to start thinking about what our plans look like for our 88th legislative agenda. As I've mentioned a few times, bill pre-filing starts the second week in November, and so we will be back next month to solicit items for our DCTA state legislative agenda in time for that bill pre-filing. So with that, I'd like to introduce, starting with Brandy Bird. Ms. Bird is a bird advocacy and is a familiar face to many of us in this room. And then I'd also like to introduce Drew and Byron Campbell from Capital Insights, and their powers combined will be our representation in Austin for the upcoming session. So I don't know how you guys want to kick it off, but I'll turn it over to you.
I learned a long time ago to be brief. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for having us here today. We're very excited about working with the Denton County Transportation Authority. We know how important this agency is to the success for transportation in the Dallas-Fort Worth region. Basically, what I wanted to do today was just sort of briefly outline what we think our goals are going to be, how we're going to go about doing it, talk a little bit. Waving at me.
Sorry, I was waving at them.
Oh, you're fine. I was going to say, am I done? Is that my time? Okay, well, there you go. Yeah. Thank you, Jed. Basically, I think everybody in here understands how the legislature works. I know we've talked about developing a legislative agenda. I will suggest to you that we're already late. I always approach the legislature that way because what happens is once January hits, the session's already pretty much set in place. Things that are going to happen are set in place. And then there are always the untold things that we don't know about. Like last session, Uri hit on top of the pandemic. So there were many days during the session, you'd be in the Capitol, the building was empty. So there was nothing going on. There were no meetings, no hearings, no anything. Point being is that we need to, I'm an old offensive lineman. My theory in life is you're always on the offense. I think that we need to have an agenda. I think that we need to be out there talking aggressively with our members from our area, our representation area. But we also need to be talking to the chairman of transportation, both the House and Senate, they need to know who we are, what we're about, and how we're a positive force for our area. And the only way you do that is through legislation. You have something to come in and talk to them about. And basically what we perceive is we'll sit down with staff and then of course with the board and put together a legislative agenda. I know that one of the things that I think that is paramount for us to do as agencies throughout the state, all the transit agencies, is to integrate into the TxDOT system. We've had visits with Mark Williams, who is the executive director, talking about how do we broaden their vision about what transportation means in the state of Texas. How do we go about coordinating our efforts to get the federal dollars to our transit agencies that we leave on the table? That's just one example of what we're going to be able to do. And again, I just want to say thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity. I only have one phone number. It's my cell number. And I'm on it just 24 hours a day, as my wife will attest to. Our company slogan is "We may doze, but we never close." And when it comes to politics, I don't have to explain to anybody in this room, it's a 724. I know we've got coming up, Brandy, you may want to touch on this. We've got some elections coming here in the Denton area that could potentially change up the makeup of our delegation. But the thing that we want to do quickly and early on is identify our key players in the legislature, get them identified, met, and get them on the team ASAP, because before you know it, the election's going to be here. I mean, when you think about it, we're within 30 days of early voting. I mean, we're there. And then as soon as the election's over, you're 60 days from the session starting. And so we've got a lot of work to do, but I'm really excited about it. And I again, just want to say thank you for the opportunity. And now let Randy start. If I don't knock down the flag.
True. So just to kind of back up for a moment and talk about what we had envisioned as far as the process. So we've met with Brittany and Paul and are working closely with your staff to identify the process leading up to the legislative session. And so what we have in mind is an outreach strategy, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but just getting your entire legislative delegation from Denton County out to see the DCTA facilities and to ride the system and to understand what that system looks like. That might seem intuitive, but it's not. Many of them may not ride the system or be aware of all the services that DCTA provides. So that one-on-one outreach is very important to get the legislators to see exactly what DCTA does and the benefits that you provide. And then, of course, Drew already touched on the legislative strategy. Just we'll be working closely with your staff to identify what are the legislative opportunities for this upcoming legislative session. We think that those will mostly be focused on funding because the legislature is walking into the session with a $30 billion surplus. And so we think that's an opportunity for public transit to finally get some funding at the state level. That may be a multi-session effort. It's a big ask, but we think this is the right time to start that conversation. And then we wanted to just give you a quick overview. I think most of you are very familiar with your legislative delegation, but just for those that are not. So 2 state Senate seats that represent Denton County, Senator Drew Springer, who is unopposed in the November election, and then Representative Tam Parker is running for Senate District 12, as well as Francine Lee. So you've got a race for Senate District 12 in the November election. And then on the House side, Representative Lynn Stuckey and Representative Jared Patterson are both unopposed in November. And so there are some that we will quickly try to get out for a tour of the DCTA system, since we know for sure who we'll be working with come January. And then there's 3 districts that do have races. District 57, which is Richard Hayes and Darren Hamilton. And then District 65, which is Rhonda Timish and Brittany Verdell. And then District 63, which has been Baumgardner and Denise Wooten. So we're going to have a lot of new faces in the Denton County delegation, which just means we have a lot of work to do in ensuring that they know DCTA and the system and services that y'all provide. And we think it's a great time too for DCTA. You've got a very good news story. You're one of the few agencies that have increased ridership and have met post or pre-pandemic levels. And so it's a great opportunity to be getting in front of these legislators. And then I'm gonna turn it over to Byron.
Thanks, Brandy. So we've talked a lot about strategic meetings, what we're gonna do now between now and next session. And what I wanted to touch on a little bit is kind of how session progresses and our strategy for that. And I'll show you some dates real quick. Key dates here that lead up to session and then during session. So they can start filing legislation on November 14th. So election's over, about 10 days later, legislation can start being filed. So as Drew said, we were kind of, up against it as far as legislation that we may want to get filed and that starting to get backed up a little bit. But between the first day of session and bill filing deadline, there's about 60 days where they really can't do anything. They can't have hearings, they can have organizational meetings, but bills can't be heard on the floor. That's kind of our sweet spot where we would like to go back, do a DCTA legislative day. And I know obviously a number of you in the room have done these before, and I'll judge you. You're instrumental with Denton County Days. This is our opportunity to get board members and staff down in front of these members. We not only are, as Brandy said, we're going to have these key meetings up here in Denton, but we'll also get to have the opportunity to meet with other members of the legislature across the state. These are key members in transportation and in other parts of the budget process that aren't in Denton that couldn't necessarily get here very easily. So with y'all's help, we would like to partner with Denton County and try and coordinate with them on when their days are. That way we maximize our impact. We have a couple of receptions. We have a full day of our board and staff are out and having these key meetings with these legislators and really kind of, telling them the success story of DCTA. You're spreading the word and, we'll also have our key allies and stakeholders here in the region that are going to help, leverage those relationships and those responsibilities. So, after that first 60 days, it becomes tough. Then things start moving really rapidly. Committee hearings and bills are being heard and passed. So to have a big group down there before that gets started, we have found many times it's extremely helpful and successful. Now, that being said, there's going to become a time where we're going to need some staff and board members to come down for specific votes and specific committee meetings and hearings to maybe testify. But other than that, it's going to be tough to get a big group down there. So that's why we feel like a legislative day on the Hill is so imperative. So with that, that's kind of our presentation. Kind of just wanted to go through it chronologically, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Is there any questions for Drew, Byron, or Brandon? Seeing?
Just make an add that, thank y'all for what y'all do. I think we have a great team assembled to represent us well in Austin and here locally, and have the relationships in place. So I appreciate y'all's good work. I know you're going to continue that. I'll let y'all know we're meeting next week. Brooke in our office has been working with the chambers on setting the Denton County Days. We're having another meeting. I think it's Monday or Tuesday. And so as soon as we get that date set, we'll let y'all know, and then we'll let our board know as well, so that we can start penciling that date.
Yes.
Thank you all for being here for the presentation. I wonder if you could maybe touch on some of the things that we talked about in our meeting after this one about what are the priorities that are coming clear for DCTA. Obviously, the A-train enhancement is one of them when you start talking about getting down to Carrollton, making the train go faster, saving up the Silver Line, all that sort of thing. We've got our enhancement study that's going to be concluding about the time that we'll need to get our story together to go to Austin, which is great timing. But what are those other things that you see as top priorities for us that would make that we get board member feedback a little bit to say, yeah, that sounds right, or if there's any others that we want to make sure are on our list that we can talk through?
So a couple of things, Paul, like you said, we've got a great story to tell, and so we'll be working with staff in developing that messaging, a one pager that's very clear on the success story that is DCTA when we're meeting with legislators. And then from a legislative standpoint, the biggest item that we see, and we're still working through the potential legislative agenda development with Brittany, But that language will be coming back to y'all next month. And so we definitely want input from the board on what your priorities are as well from a legislative standpoint. But what we see the biggest opportunity for DCTA is this funding item. And there's no state funding for public transportation. All state transportation funding is constitutionally dedicated to highways. And so we think that there's an opportunity with the very large budget surplus that exists this session to try to get some kind of general revenue or some kind of funding that would be set aside for public transportation. We think that TxDOT, their attitudes and mindset is changing. And so this is not going to be an easy task by any means. This will be a huge lift, but we think it's the right session to have those conversations. And Drew has been engaging, and Brittany has too, with some of the other transit agencies across the state, because this would certainly be a unified effort with especially all of the large metro transit agencies to try to dedicate some funding for public transportation. So we see that as a big opportunity. And we think it's the right timing. And y'all are lucky as DCTA that your legislative delegation is very supportive of public transportation. That's not always the case around the state of Texas, certainly with the state leadership. So that's a big challenge for us, but we think the timing is right with the budget surplus.
And I'll just add, sorry, Randy, that not only is the funding there, the legislature's turned over a number of times in the last decade, really. So the sentiment of, kind of anti-transit, anti-public transportation has really started to wane. And you can even see by the membership here locally, it's gotten a lot younger. And that negativity towards transit and state funding of that has really started to shift. So like Randy said, I feel like the timing is perfect for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, that concludes item 4. Now we'll go back and we'll now start with item 1. Consider resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2023 operating and capital budget, long-range financial plan, and budget contingency plan. Paul, Christina, and Amanda River. So who's going to take the lead? Paul, you going to kick it off?
I'll just say first, thank you to the board for your engagements with us in this budget process, especially recognizing the transition that we've been under this summer. But then let's also say thank you very much to Amanda, who has been the one who's been able to help us navigate the space between the way that we've done things in the past and the way that we're moving forward. And so grateful for her and her expertise through the process. We've had lots of good conversations about this budget several times since our June budget workshop, most recently in the public hearing back in August. And so we'll just let Amanda run through the high-level overview of what's in front of us so that you all can take action.
Great. Amanda? Good morning.
At your place, we put in the schedule, so they're much easier to read. So you should have a long-range financial plan, a change in that position, and then a change in that position by function, and there's actually 2 of those. One of them includes 2019 and 2020 as well. And then a capital improvement plan as well as the budget. This is the overall budget summary. This reflects the service reduction for the Denton Fix route that was approved at the July board meeting. And then the only change between the August presentation and this morning is this includes the 5% salary adjustment that is agency-wide and is budgeted to begin October of 2022. So that includes DCTA and TMC. Overall increase between the September version and the August version is a little over 177,000. Expanded level projects, we have a total of 8 million slated for FY23. We have no changes, so this includes the rail capital maintenance, ERP, Swiftly, to name a few. Are there any questions on those? I don't want to go too quickly, but I also don't want to.
Yeah, is there any questions on the capital projects?
a very small version of the change in that position that you have in front of you. But this again breaks out operating revenue at the top, and then we have a section for the G&A expenses, which is primarily the DCTA portion, and bus operations expenses. We have the mobility services expenses, which is a new section, and that's Lyft, van pool, go zone, so that's easier to see, and then rail operations expenses. You also have at your place the capital budget summary. So our total capital budget for FY '23 comes in just under 35 million. The largest projects you can see being the TRIP program, which consists of 21.2 million. But this does include FY '22 rollover and the FY '23 portion, as well as the joint rail operations facility at 6 million, which, as you know, is fully reimbursed by DART. And then our 4-year outlook, this just shows that we have a positive net cash balance, just looking at the activity for the year. Operating expenses for FY '23 are 48.1. This is does not include depreciation. I want to point that out. Your schedules do include depreciation on the change in that position. Capital expenses, again, a little under 35. We have them broken out by general capital expenses, the JROC and the TRIP program. Federal grants are at 21.2 and sales tax is slated at 39.6. Those are the main items that make up this schedule. And with that, I'll take questions.
Questions? I guess I'll ask, we're fully programming out all the grants that we've gotten on our 4-year plan.
Yes.
Everything's fully programmed.
The only thing that we don't have included in the long range financial plan or on this schedule, obviously, is grant funding we've received for the ITC building. We also don't have that building in the long range financial plan either, since I think we're determining what we're going to do with those funds. But all of the formula funds are programmed out. Chrissy funds, can't think off the top of my head the other funds we account for, but yes.
Any other thoughts, comments? This is an action.
I move approval of the resolution adopting the fiscal year 2023 budget.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is consider a one-time fiscal year FY 2022 compensation for Denton County Transmission Authority, DCTA, and North Texas Mobility Corporation, NTMC employees to offset inflation. Presenter Paul Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This item is a continuation of the conversation from the last board meeting around the idea of a one-time compensation payment to offset for inflation. If you recall, in the previous board meeting, as we brought this forward, we had benchmarked against other member cities and Denton County in terms of what those entities plan to do for compensation in FY '23. And that's where we landed on the idea of a 5% across the board increase. We had also talked about a one-time payment based on a calculation for inflation that's been experienced year to date, in the calculation that you see right there. The conversation with the board evolved over the course of that conversation more towards, and it seemed, overall compensation policy and our compensation structure and all those sorts of things. And the board's direction at the end of that conversation was to bring back 5% increase baked into the budget, which was just approved. And then the understanding of what a one-time $1,000 payment would do for various levels of salary across both the DCTA and NTMC organizations. So this slide provides that sort of snapshot for you. This is 2 tables looking at DCTA employees, both currented positions and budgeted positions, and then the current NTMC employees. along with what are the average and median salaries for both of those organizations. Other assumptions or things that are reflected here that executive positions on the DCTA and NTMC side relative to NTMC, it's sort of the Hendrickson Transportation Group, not included in this. Any payment that would be made here is from an existing FY22 budget, and that these pay levels that we see over there are a calculation based on an hourly pay rate that, since those employees are paid hourly, we took their hourly wage times 2080 to get to what that range would be. So I'll pause there for any questions.
Any questions? Yes, Alice.
Can you clarify, do these numbers include operators and mechanics?
They do.
Excellent, thank you.
Discussion. Okay. So. What was that?
Yes, sir.
Discussion from the board on this item. What are your thoughts? Yes, Alice.
Thank you, Chair. We received a public comment suggesting that we recommend a larger amount of 2,500 per employee. And I'm interested, I'm amenable to that. I think that would be very worthwhile when we're talking about particularly our lowest paid operators and mechanics and dispatchers, that would go a long way for those folks. Inflation is hitting those folks very, very hard. And I think that we should consider giving them more than $1,000 one time.
Anybody else have any thoughts? Madam?
Oh, can you go back? So that would be considered what, how does that number?
So if we were to offer $2,500 across the board for 113 employees, that would be $282,500 total, as opposed to the 113 that's being proposed. I think it might also be worth considering whether we want to only offer the higher amount to lower pay scale or lower bands on the pay level.
One thing, if I may, for your consideration, is the idea that this was introduced as an inflationary discussion. We provided the inflationary calculation. There are, over the course of the year, there were things on the NTMC side like compensation for COVID-19 relief, the incentive pay in the first quarter of last year. And so recognizing that we need to go into next year with sort of a level setting and resetting our salary bands and how positions are titled and all that sort of stuff. There is a broader conversation to be had as you think about what this one-time payment might be.
I like the idea of maybe just approving this today and having a broader discussion in the future. And then at that time, we can certainly consider another one-time pay. If that's the desire of the board. I think just to move this one forward, I think I'd like to see it approved as is. Any other thoughts?
Is that what you were kind of saying, Paul? It's, once things settle and we kind of know where people are and the titles and all of those things.
Right. I mean, this was it. It feels like that the conversation is trending towards here. What is our broader compensation policy and how do we do all this? And so there's other opportunities to address that sort of broader conversation if we can or gain consensus around this, given that the 5% across the board increase, which is
And, you know, I would encourage my colleagues on the board to consider that increasing the amount of the one-time payment doesn't preclude that conversation either.
Any other discussion? Well, is there a motion to approve that amendment?
Well, I'd like to hear from the other board members. Any thoughts?
I think it's important that we maintain our competitiveness in the workplace. And I do believe it's just, we need to have a broader conversation about where we fit. And so I think that needs to take place, you know, at an appropriate time. I do appreciate the staff coming back with, you recall, I was very supportive and mentioned that we need to go higher on the pay scale. I think we need to encourage tenure here at the agency. I think we need to encourage longevity here at the agency and reward these people and be competitive and really focus on the pay plan and not any one-off bonuses. And I appreciate your sentiments, council member. But you know, as I was dealing with a individual yesterday who's a major developer across America, and he spoke about the inflation that he's seeing, not only here in the Metroplex, but across America as he develops projects. And that, you know, he was just giving some anecdotal information about, and I agree with him. And I've talked to others as well, read newspaper accounts and study things, but, you know, I'm fearful that this inflation is baked in, you know, so I believe that so much of this inflation is baked in. And that these costs that they're going to have this year are baked in, those grocery costs and so forth, will be baked in next year moving forward. So I think the board, in my opinion, attention needs to be focused on the pay plan and not any kind of particular bonus structure or any one-time compensation. I think it needs to be more of a broader conversation about the pay plan itself and compensating those positions. Because I believe while that may be a good idea and appreciated, the $1,000, these same costs are going to be facing these individuals next year. So we get into a pattern of annual one-time bonuses or compensations or checks that are just disbursements to the employees. So, you know, I don't want to create a expectation among the workforce that that's what we're doing. I think it's important to be looking at the overall compensation plan.
I think that I don't disagree with any of that. I totally agree that the overall compensation plan is long-term, a much more impactful thing. But again, I don't think that precludes increasing this one-time amount by a small amount.
Take it back one slide. I think with the understand. Green light, red light. Don't change on me. With the understanding that I think we are doing competitively quite well as far as what we're putting in the marketplace with just the budget that was just approved. If we're gonna commit to a conversation about compensation and adjustments with the comp plan in the not too distant future, I think I'm good with where we are.
Okay. I guess I'm looking for a motion.
What was your
Oh, I had, earlier I had said, I'm okay with just doing this one right now. With the understanding that in the future, we're gonna have discussion on compensation. At that time, we can address additional, we wanna, if the board wants to do more one-time pay, they can. We wanna create additional, maybe, a longevity pay, put that in policy, then we create that, you know, we set that up. That's kind of a way to build in retention. At least in my opinion, I don't know about the rest of you, but it seems that that works. That would be a good idea. That would be something that we could discuss in that type of setting.
It's very infrequent that I see a salary study come back and say, oh, you're overpaying. And then even if it does, what do you do with that information? Oh, we're over. Yeah, no. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, is that we're already looking at a salary study that most likely is gonna handle. And I get that it's not $1,000 right now, but we're in the process of working to help make everybody whole. So I don't know if even another $1,000 at this point. I'd rather have the conversation and get it baked into.
Okay, so with the understanding that it'll be a conversation that comes up quickly, and make the motion to approve.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed? Carries. Thank you. Next agenda item is consider fiscal year 2023 election of officers. The recommendation, well, presenter will be Brittany Paul.
That's Mario's.
It's me, Brittany. So again, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brittany Farr, Senior Director of Engagement and Administration. I am here today to present a consideration for board elections of officers for FY23. Staff's recommendation is that the board nominate a chair, vice chair, and secretary, and elect them to serve as the DCTA board officers for FY23. Just by way of a little bit of background, because I sure do love bylaws. The DCTA amended and restated bylaws do state that as the board of directors, we are required to elect officers for the three elected officer positions of chair, vice chair, and secretary. Those terms do run for 1 year, and they begin on October 1st and run through the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. The only requirement in the bylaws is that a board member may not be elected to 3 consecutive 1-year terms as chair. And your current officer terms expire at the end of this month. So with that, staff recommends that the board directors nominate and elect the 3 board officers, chair, vice chair, and secretary to serve as the DCTA board officers for FY23.
I want to make this short and sweet. Move to keep the existing slate for another year.
A second.
Second.
The listing public, I didn't say the name.
Yeah, for the listing public,
It's like,
the motion is to keep the chair, Cesar Molina, vice chair, TJ Gilmore, secretary, Diane Costas. Now, the motion is to reelect them for another term, 1-year term.
Yeah, and yes, so the discussion is, you know, part of the reason that I want to vote in favor of this is because when you look at our other transit agencies, their officers are elected for 2 years. And I really would like to get to a point, we don't have to change any bylaws at this time, where this is just for this one time we're discussing, but eventually I would like to follow our other transit agencies, as the chairs do many things together, the vice chairs, and I just would, I think it would be consistent and help with relationships, and just to have the same kind of 2-year of officers. I would ask, because it's not necessarily stated in here, that I continue to represent the board with the RTC and the DRMC. But as far as a later conversation, but for now, it hasn't been second. I think you seconded. I'm in favor of this.
I'm in favor of this. I think we have a great team, I think we have a great board, and I appreciate everyone's leadership and service on the board. And so it's great. I was going to speak first and say, I don't want any of those. So, but you beat me to it.
Seeing no other discussion, I thought it was great points. You made, Secretary Costa. Well, let's take a vote. All those in favor of the motion?
Mr. Chair, before we do that, are we still in agreement that I could serve on the two boards?
I definitely am in agreement to serve on RTC. Probably think about the DRMC. I think I'd like to be more actively involved in that next year with the legislative session. So my thought is continue serving RTC, but I would probably step in at the beginning of the year and be involved in DRMC. That's the way.
Well, I would like to consider what you had originally suggested, and that's us alternating. As it is about relationships.
So I think we're getting off task.
Anyway, but I
Well,
guess
that was part of our vote last year.
Do you want to bring it back and talk about it separate?
we could do.
It sounds like we need to bring it back
Yeah,
and
we
talk
could bring
about
that
it.
back.
I'm not willing to make that decision today.
Yeah, I think the idea is.
There's no duking it out. Those days are behind us.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor of the motion presented?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? There's congratulations to all three. Let's move on to then agenda item number 5. Discuss DCTA letter of support, Texas Central High Speed Rail, and Brittany. Hi.
Again, good morning. This item is a discussion item with regards to the proposed version 2.0 of the high-speed rail. For those of you that were in attendance at the Irving Transportation Summit, and I'm very fortunate to have 3 out of 5 of my members on RTC, so you probably heard at the last RTC meeting, Director of Transportation for the North Central Texas Council of Governments, Michael Morris, is calling on local elected officials, stakeholders, and all interested parties to take a position on the high-speed rail project. By way of a little bit of background, the original high-speed rail project from Dallas to Houston was originally slated to begin construction in 2017 by a private company known as Texas Central Partners. For a myriad of reasons, they have struggled over the course of their existence, primarily in part with taking the land that they would need. The Supreme Court of Texas did decide that they could exercise eminent domain. They have really slowed down as far as land acquisitions. They've had a lot of departures from Texas Central, and they're in what we would call in the sports term a rebuilding season. But with that, Mr. Morris does not want the region to lose speed, no pun intended, on the high-speed rail and the economic opportunities that it would provide the region. And so this is really just an opportunity for you as a board to discuss your thoughts around the project. Version 2.0 is the red line on this map. It is part of the long-range plan for NCT COG, their Mobility 2045 plan. And what the alignment would do would still go from Houston to Dallas with a stop in Arlington, stop in Fort Worth, and then eventually continue down back to Austin and San Antonio. What Mr. Morris is proposing is that the track itself would be on public right-of-way, and then it would be operated by a private entity. And so this doesn't really require anything from our end. It doesn't have much to do with what we do here at DCTA, other than that connectivity that it would provide for the region, for North Texas. How cool would it be to be able to live in Denton and then work in Houston? And with a project like this, that is something that could come to fruition. This is, again, like I said, just an opportunity for the board to discuss if they want to make a policy decision, if they're in support of this, if they want to direct staff to issue a letter of support to our delegation. And with that, I'll stop talking and let you converse amongst yourselves.
Thank you, Brittany. Discussion on the item? Yes.
Yeah, I just, thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you for bringing it up. As Ms. Greco mentioned during her public comment, it does matter to us, right? I mean, regional connectivity, statewide connectivity, interstate connectivity is really important to the health of our system. And we are making a lot of investments in rail connectivity to the rest of the Metroplex. Most of them are kind of in the study phase, but it's happening, and we want to make sure that we are connected and plugged into other advancements that are happening throughout the region. So thank you for having this on your radar and bringing it to us.
The audience, who's the audience for the money?
It would be the state delegation, sir.
I've not seen a draft letter here.
We have not drafted a letter. There's not a template that exists right now. This is a relatively new idea. The thought behind this was to decide if this was something the board would want to support before drafting a letter. And then, to be quite honest, I would want to wait until after November to even solicit the delegation, because there is so much turnover that's going to be happening at our state delegation.
I don't think the time is right for this right now. I think we need to talk about it, and I think it'd be part of our briefing with our delegation. I'm looking forward to that. Obviously, we have been supportive of that in the past, but I think we need to. Before I signed off or anything, I want to see what the.
And in broad terms, I'm supportive. I kind of want to get a better beat on what Michael's looking for specifically. I mean, the letter's fine, but it's not. I feel like he's trying to just make sure there's momentum still maintained through this rebuilding year, as you sports ball people call it. So I'm more than happy to bring this up in a more timely fashion, and maybe get a little bit more detail from Michael and his team. What are they really asking for? Are they asking for us to bend ears down in Austin? Are they, what's going to be approved? Our letter is tertiary to Dallas and Tarrant, and a lot of other players.
I don't think Mr. Morris was necessarily asking for us to do a letter of support. I think right now he's just trying to solicit information to find out if there is, what is the opinion of people out there before he starts to march down. I mean, one of the things that you think of, it's not just a nice thing to have many of our citizenry here go to MD Anderson. So it's a way to address medical needs. If you have to evacuate people, I think a $24.99 and $35, what do you do? So it's not just kind of like, wow, I get to go have dinner with my sister and come back. It's more like meeting some needs that are in our community. And under the new version, what is different from the older is that that it would be publicly owned, with the private sector being responsible for providing and operating. So kind of like we do the airports. And so I think this is his way of trying to find out. He didn't say, I want a letter of support. He said, I want a letter basically asking people where they would be on this before, we start to move forward. So I just think trying to consider all things, and again, not losing momentum. The Supreme Court of Texas made a decision. While I don't think many of us are or about taking land, but certainly this is something that transportation wise, I think Texas is behind, and it reaches so many other opportunities, as I said, for medical or evacuation. And, it's got momentum. We either stop it or we get it going. So
To your point, I've always seen this as an airport.
yeah,
This has always been an airport. It's just an airport that flies really low to the ground.
pretty fast.
But I've seen what airports, DFW, do for the economy to be able to have another one provide that type of intrastate, interlata. Sorry, telecom. Being able to have that extra level of connectivity, I think it's a win for Texas. You just got to figure it out.
And then one of the things that I will say is, in my time at DART, we worked very closely with the proposed alignment, thinking that it was going to connect in at the convention center. And we've been told across the globe that high-speed rail riders typically do one of three things when they get off the train. A third of them will get into their own cars. A third of them will get into an Uber or Lyft, and a third of them will get on public transit. So it does have the opportunity to drive ridership and increase the regional rail network here. So
I think I'm hearing generally from everyone, general support.
Mhm.
I think we want to kind of find out, I think if people are hearing them. Before we write the letter, let's see what the letter says. But I think generally, if that's what Michael, Mr. Morris is looking for, I think generally supportive. That was
certainly,
the
we have
detail.
our quarterly meetings with the staff at North Central Texas Council of Governments. Again, this day idea was just debuted, so to speak, at the August Irving Transportation Infrastructure Summit. So give staff an opportunity to connect with MCT COG staff and get some parameters, maybe have them develop a draft template that we can then bring back to this board for consideration at a later date. As I mentioned, our new state delegation won't even be seated until November, so we've got plenty of time. Just wanted to float this idea up and get your general sense of direction, and I feel like.
And Brittany, I think the politics of this from the state level are a little different than the federal. So if there's a conversation to be had on both of those tracks, I think that's important.
Yeah, certainly.
I don't necessarily want to kick an anthill down in Austin if I can help it.
Certainly.
But I also know that the feds tend to fund rail more regularly, as we talked about earlier with our agenda at the state level. So just a thought.
If I may, do we as a board feel comfortable saying that there's board consensus around the sentiment that high-speed rail connectivity to Dallas and Fort Worth would support the mission of our agency?
I don't think it's necessary for DCTA to comment on this today. I mean, we are not the deciding factor. This is a multi-year, multi-decade project. We don't have to make this decision today. I've been supportive of rail, statewide rail improvements for many years, but I think who the audience is, what the letter looks like, what's being asked of us. This is not a critical juncture that we need to chime in on today.
So Brittany, I think your recommendation of talking to the group and coming back later with something maybe more formal.
Certainly, and I'll work with our state legislative team to make sure, to the mayor's point, not kick any anthills down in Austin. So, and then we'll bring something back for the entire board's consideration at a later date.
That sounds good.
Yeah, Brittany, I think it's really smart, and I think that any of these things that are policy statements and position statements, and Diane, you were talking about earlier about the appointees to RTC and so forth, and the appointees of the elected officers, and some things are customs, institutional customs, and I think the custom and practice of the staff here needs to be, any issues like this need to be, that's why we have paid professionals to help us. And I think that these kind of issues need to be worked with our consultants and let them be able to brief us on this and what the appropriate timing is. And so I think that we have our group here seasoned to help us with that, so that we're commenting timely.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm done for the day.
For today. Okay. Item number 6, update on Go Pass participation in DCTA pass structure. Javier Trigo.
Morning, board.
Good morning.
So with the pending fare changes and pass changes that we've got coming on January 1, staff thought it was a good time to brief the board on Go Pass participation, upcoming ILA changes, and some of the other passenger-facing technology tools that DCTA currently has in place. So we created a chart. Along the left, you see the different technologies that DCTA has that are passenger-facing tools. Top left is just a placeholder for the DCTA website. Across the top are the 4 different, the different modes and functionalities that each technology applies to. So starting from the top, I'm going to just go across the functionality portions. On the DCTA website, you can actually trip plan for both local and regional, fixed route, bus, going down to DART, going down to Trinity Metro. GoZone is currently, as we know, not an option on the DCTA website. The functionality of microtransit hasn't quite made it into trip planners such as Google and other technologies that pick up typical fixed route transit or rail transit. So those currently not available. And fare payments moving forward, or currently with our DCTA website, you can pay for ticket stock, ticket fares that get mailed to you. I've got a coming soon note under GoZone for the DCTA website, because there is functionality built in through Dart's GoPass eco-structure that can actually create a trip planner that may present trip planning in the future. So those are discussion items that I'll bring forward in a couple different slides here. Moving down to the GoZone app. The GoZone app allows you to book right on GoZone and obviously pay for your fare for your GoZone trip. Currently, we're working towards multimodal and intermodal apps, as we've discussed in the past. Not quite a trip planner per se. What it allows you to do is be presented different modalities to take on different trips. So for example, as we discussed before, you could book a GoZone ride, but you can also be presented as a fixed route as an option, possibly where a fixed route may make more sense over taking a GoZone vehicle, or where a GoZone vehicle could possibly take you to the nearest fixed route bus line or a rail station. Regional trip planning is not on the horizon for the GoZone app. It's not something we really discussed with VIA, and it's not something that we're really after with this particular app, because we do have other tools that allow you to do the end-to-end trip planning available at our disposal. The third app down the line is our transit app, and the transit app is kind of a global app. It's available in any region for the most part where they have transit feeds. This one's a little interesting because there is kind of a soft paywall that's involved in there. That's where the dollar signs come in. You can currently use a transit app for, again, local fixed route bus and A-train planning. And regional trip planning is available. I have a dollar sign there because the transit app allows you to see what is your next closest bus or your next closest line, but only within a certain distance and a certain time frame. So to find like the further out rides to be actually closer to them. Whereas if you have the paid version, you can actually see way far out. And the paid version is something that we may discuss later on down the road. What that allows us to do is the agency can actually pay and subsidize those features for customers, or customers can opt to pay for it themselves. So discussion for down the line. The transit app does have the ability to process fare payment. But we do not currently have the technology that underlies the ability to pay for fares with a tap card or other technologies such as that. So that's really not an option or on the roadmap for transit at this time. Not saying it can't happen, but it's something that they have integrations for with other agencies. Just don't have in place right now. And then moving on to the main topic, the GoPass app. The GoPass app allows for both local and regional trip planning. Currently, GoZone is not an option that will be proposed through a GoZone trip plan. And then fare payment that we have available. And then fare payment for GoPass currently is valid on GoZone.
Jump in real quick. So the takeaway here is 4 different technology platforms available to the rider. And each of them do some subset of 4 things that are needed to be able to do regional, easy, trip planning, fare payment, all that sort of stuff. But we do not have one that is capable of doing all of them right now. And so we know that the GoPass app has been something you, especially Vice Chair Gilmore, that you've been interested in. So this is an update, but we wanted to lay the groundwork for these other tools that sit out there, because this key message that we have about making it easy for the rider is going to be really important as we figure out which of these tools is the one that we want our users to and our customers to most often go to, perhaps, and be able to educate them on how to use our system. That makes sense?
It does. I wanted to ask, is there some discussion with our other 2 transit agencies to work together towards getting one common platform?
Well, the DART, and I'll touch on this in the next slide, but the DART GoPass app is meant to be a regional platform. I'm going to share some more on integrations and what we're doing on that moving forward. I'll have answers some more questions on what those are. Any other questions on any of the other tech that's up here right now? Pastor facing tech.
I'll just tell you right now that slide confuses the heck out of me. If that's representative of what our folks out on the street are having to deal with, we got to have a plan to figure that out. So, and I know you're the man to do it.
Well, I didn't mean to make it a confusing slide.
Sometimes I just have to put on my I don't get it hat.
So what is GoPass and what are the benefits of DCTA? GoPass is DART's regional app developed back as far as 2012, 2013. Began as a trip planning tool and mobile ticketing platform for the three major transit agencies in the DFW Metroplex. DCTA is currently using the GoPass platform for trip planning for both local and regional. Again, GoZone trips not presented as a transit option, more on that to come. And mobile ticketing, you can currently buy local system fares, regional system fares, and fares for GoZone currently, which will no longer be valid after January 1. Any passes you purchase through the GoZone app or GoPass app, will no longer be valid after January 1. Quick update on VIA integration and GoZone integration into the GoPass platform. Currently, Trinity Metro is the first customer that is the first client on the GoPass platform that is working towards VIA integration on the GoPass app. Zip Zone testing is currently ongoing. They're currently actually actively testing it right now. So we won't know exactly how that turns out until a few more weeks, but we should have more information from them. The goal for the Zip Zone integration or VIA integration into the GoPass app is to allow a embedded experience in the GoPass app where you can actually book your ride within the app without getting punted to a different app, and actually pay for your trip within the GoPass app as well. So it's designed, so to your point, to actually integrate and be one app. GoZone integration into the VIA app or to the GoPass app is about 3 months after successful testing of the Zip Zone integration. It would require a new interlocal agreement with DART. More to come on that, but continue on the platform, we're going to need a new interlocal agreement with DART. And as of January 1, the pass structure does vary from Trinity Metro. Right now, what I understand is the Trinity Metro Zip Zone service will accept regional fares and regional passes on their platform. So the integration with GoPass and Zip Zone is possibly a little bit easier than what we're looking at. So fare payment and how that works for DCTA and GoZone within the GoPass app is going to require more discussion and more technical planning and more technical integration. So more to come on that once we know some more on how to stay Metro. Any questions on this slide?
Questions?
Okay. So I mentioned earlier that there's some modifications coming to the DART and DCTA interlocal agreement regarding GoPass and DCTA's participation within the system. The current interlocal agreement was developed on June 1st, 2013, up until February 29th, 2016, with annual renewals. It's been sitting there. We haven't really done anything with it. DART hasn't said anything. DCTA hasn't said anything. And it's been going through annual renewals with no changes over the past almost 10 years. Recurring fees that we pay DART for GoPass participation are 2% of all ticket sales through GoPass. They collected their revenue fee, and then a 22-cent per transaction credit card fee. Additional fees that are involved in the current ILA, $150 hourly development rate for any modifications or changes that we make to the app or requests that we make from DART to make changes for us. And there's been a 2% annual escalation on that. From my knowledge, in my 9 years of being here, we've never made any changes to the app. We've never really had any changes outside of the trip planning and fare payment portion of it. So we haven't really exercised that option in the past. Proposed interlocal agreement, this is not final. This is just something DART has brought up for discussion. Regardless of what I mentioned earlier, as far as GoZone integration into the app or not, DART has revisited their ILAs with multiple transit agencies, and they've restructured what they propose to stay on the DART platform. What we're looking at is a 3-year term moving forward if we decide to opt for that with annual renewal. So not much different there as far as the term is concerned. We're looking at larger recurring fees to even participate on the platform. DART is proposing a $54,000 annual operating fee. So that's going to be a standard fee moving forward. Revenue share remains about the same, 2% of ticket sales and 2.5% of credit card fees. The credit card fees may change based on payment platform providers, so that's more to come, but that's about whether we pay it to DART or whether we're gonna pay it one way or the other. Additional fees, this is where it changes a little bit. There's some fixed price integrations that DART is looking at. So microtransit integrations and, as I mentioned earlier, a trip planner. So DART currently has a website trip planner that does present microtransit trips. That is part of their trip planner. It's an additional fee. It's kind of part of the GoPass ecosystem. So they have their app, but they also have website tools that they develop as well. So those website tools could possibly present microtransit options, and they kind of have an a la carte pricing. And I have some of that here, but it's still within negotiation. So it's in the under $10,000 range for each integration, outside of the trip planner, which is a little bit higher. Any other changes or modifications to the app that are kind of outside of the wheelhouse of microtransit integration and trip planner are billed at $200 per hour with no escalator that I know of as of yet. I'm just bringing this up for general knowledge. Again, there's nothing to approve or authorize at this time. These conversations with DART will continue, but I wanted to present this to let you all know that there are changes coming with the ILA, as well as for just general participation with the platform. Any questions on the ILA?
Was the proposed interlocal agreement, the changes on the column on the right side, was that something that DCTA came up with, or just something?
No, I've been in regular contact with DART, with my counterparts at DART regarding where we're going with the integrations and whatnot. This came up a few months ago for discussion.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
So I'm assuming that Trinity Metro has an ILA with DART for their use of the GoPass app as well? Okay. Do we have access to what the terms of their ILA looks like?
From what I understand from talking to my counterparts at DART, the ILAs are very similar across the agencies. I believe that Trinity Metro has probably put in a heavy lift as far as dollars are concerned with their via integration. Will likely benefit from quite a bit of the work that was performed already on that side of things. A lot of the heavy lifting is done, and the tech is actually.
Okay. I guess my other question is, how would, whether we change the terms of, whether we agree to these terms for a new ILA or not, how could the terms of our ILA with DART regarding the GoPass app impact our agreement with VIA in regard to their app? Are we still going to have to kind of maintain that contract so that their app can be embedded in GoPass, or how does that work?
So the VIA app will continue to stand alone. The GoZone app, as we know it, can continue to stand alone. It's an agency decision, right? So it's just a matter of how many tech tools we want out there to the public. And also how we decide to process fares and fare payment, passes and whatnot kind of plays a part in that as well. Since the GoZone app just is the goal right now is to only have the one trip, one fare at a time and no other passes. We'll have to see how that works in the GoPass ecosystem.
Okay, yeah. And I know that we've expressed it before, and I think that you understand that. I'm pretty sure you understand this, but I just, want to reiterate that my goal is for the customer experience, the rider experience to be seamless. And I trust staff to, I guess, negotiate with VIA and with DART and with other entities to make sure that our riders are getting a seamless experience, and our agency is getting a good deal on that.
And thinking back, I'm not sure I totally answered your question, but the VIA app and that, it's really not an extra cost per se, and it wouldn't modify or change our contract or agreement with VIA whatsoever. So their underlying platform will always kind of exist.
Thank you.
TJ, do you have other questions?
Just a couple of things. If they're moving to fixed pricing, on microtransit integrations in the trip planner, it sounds like they've pretty much got that as a black box and feel like it's fairly turnkey at this point. Which means they're probably going to be making more money by going to this rate than they would at an hourly type of piece. The other one is that the 200 an hour seems a little stout. Maybe this is specialty coding, I don't know, but it's a little stout based on my experience in the market. So I'd like to see if maybe we could get that down a little bit.
That's good. That's good feedback as we go back and forth. I believe that part of that, most of that probably goes to their the Unwired team, that is the actual developer of the GoPass app.
Yeah, and that's what I was curious. I should have asked that question. I didn't know if that was in-house code or if that,
It's outsourced to Unwire. Unwire is the general contractor for the GoPass environment.
thank you.
I did pull up some stats that I think might be helpful and provide some context. Currently, DCTA, as far as fares are concerned for bus and fixed route, about 50% of fares collected are through the GoPass app. So should provide some context as far as that's concerned. That wraps up my presentation on GoPass and tech tools. Any other questions for?
Any questions for Javier?
The more streamlined, the better, but you know that. Appreciate you, team.
Thank you, board.
Javier. Next item is consider the November 2022 and December 2022 board meeting dates. Paul, Christine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your packet is a regular agenda item 7 outlining the Article 3, Section 6 of the bylaws state that the board of directors should hold one meeting a month. And special meetings can be called by the chair as necessary. Last year, the board opted to combine its November and December meetings into one meeting that was held on Thursday, December the 2nd. The question is, do you all wish to do the same, combining November and December meetings into one meeting? If you chose to do it the same way you did it last year, that meeting would be held on Thursday, December the 1st. If you wanted to maintain the same course of action, the December board meeting could be held on December the 22nd. However, the November board meeting would need to be changed because it falls on Thanksgiving Day, November 24th. And so the purpose of this discussion is just to understand board direction about scheduling a new November meeting and keeping the December meeting, scheduling 2 new meetings, or scheduling one combined.
Discussion on the board.
I'm curious to hear from staff and your planning on, what we need to cover during that time. Do you feel that one meeting is enough to get through that?
That was my question.
So we have been looking at the end of the year calendar as if what we did last year would carry over from this year. And so we'll make sure that the items that we have for you fall as they need to. However, it's certainly your prerogative, and we'd be willing to serve and happy to serve for 2 meetings if that's what you all decide that you want to do.
I don't see any reason for it, but I also don't know what's on the docket for what we need to discuss.
So anticipating what's coming in the 4th quarter of this calendar year, we'll be marching towards our service change on January 1. So anticipate some update to the board on how that is going. We also are beginning to look at correlation of fixed route service relative to go zone, origin, destination, and how those things are overlaying as we seek to optimize the system overall. There's, I know, ongoing questions and curiosities about how the NTMC and the DCTA organizations work together. So updates like that. And that's why I say between we still have an October meeting, and this would be a November, December combined meeting. If that's the way you all chose to go, I think we can cover it.
So like on December the 1st.
If you want to do it the same way you did last year, that meeting would fall on December the 1st. Correct.
Yeah, I share board member McGuire's. I think if staff feels that they could bring forth what they need to in that one meeting of those 2 months, I think I'm totally supportive of that.
Keisha, am I missing anything with regard to the challenge?
There we go.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask the expert. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm signed up for 12 meetings a year minimum. So if that's what it takes to get the job done, then I'm meeting in November and December. If you guys determine that that's not necessary, then I will follow your lead. But I don't feel we get breaks just because there's holidays. I see other boards that do that. And it's like, if the entity needs 12, they're going to get 12 out of me, or 14 or 32, whatever it is. So.
It sounds like general consensus from the board is let's combine them to December 1.
Okay, thank you.
That's moving on to item number 8. And this is discuss local and regional transportation updates and legislative issues. And this is going to be the combined director, our CEO, myself, and Diane Costas. I'll start. We had a Denton County North Texas Transit Coalition meeting this past Friday. We made had an opportunity to speak with the chairs from the other 2 boards, had a panel presentation on the future of transit. Appreciate Christy and Randy for their invitation to sit on that panel. That was good discussion, good opportunity again to continue building good relationships with our 2 other sister agencies. And let me ask then Diane if you want to fill us in on other transportation like
So,
RTC or.
sure, and at our DRMC meeting, I presented that goes on, we were celebrating our 1 year. Gave information on that, that we completed 577,440 rides.
Diane.
I'm sorry. We did, I offered a discussion with our joint rail operations facility with DART. The A-Train efficiency study in the downtown Carrollton station was discussed with them as well. And then, of course, our CEO search. We had Mo Burr with TxDOT as our guest speaker. And he spoke of the 2023 Unified Transportation Program, which was adopted. It's a 10-year planning document for the department. For the first time ever, it exceeded 85 billion. There was a significant amount of public comments during this time, and they kind of centered around 3 different areas. One was opposition to the project in Houston, opposition to the I-35 project in Austin, and there was general support for TxDOT to fund public transportation in the statewide plans. And then there was discussion on the upcoming November election. So that was from our DRMC. And as we, for our RTC, we talked about the Transit Strategic Partnership, summer 2022, bylaw revision committee, the bylaw, we're attempting again to have another bylaw committee meeting. So we're working on that. DART approved their 214 million distribution of unallocated funds to service 13 of the area cities. Our fatality rate continues to rise, and this is a big concern to the board. And so we're going to continue to look at, I think one of the issues that we're seeing is a reduction in police enforcement. So we're looking towards what needs to be done. Does more money need to go in that area? But it is, I know it's the heart of our board to go, wow, this is crazy. Our fatality rate's going up even when we had less traffic. So we talked about the high-speed rail version 2.0 and just pretty much other things, not necessarily for DCTA.
That's it. Thank you. Paul, do you have any updates?
No, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, that concludes the regular meeting, information reports. We have our monthly financial reports, monthly ridership reports, social service agency recap reports, community advisory committee recap reports, and public transportation agency safety updates are available for all boards to see, for all board members to see. Upcoming agenda items. Our next regular board meeting is October 27th, 2022. Is there any action? Is there any board member request for any additional information at this time? If not, yes.
No requests, but I do want to remind DCTA staff and other members of the community that Denton Arts and Jazz is October 7th through 9th at Quakertown Park. And traffic and parking in downtown Denton during that period is crazy. So I would encourage you to use transit. Take the train to Arts and Jazz. Even if you are a Dentonite and you're local, you can, there's so much parking at Med Park Station. Park your car at Med Park, park your car at one of our A-train stations and take the A-train to get downtown, to get to Jazz Fest.
Good. Other community items?
Western Days starts tomorrow. I want to thank DCTA staff who are supporting the event and who will be out there. I wish the cold front came in 2 days earlier, but apparently budget cuts are impacting the weather as well. So thank you guys for all that. It's a great 2 days. And if you have not heard, we have a new event this year. And I have the privilege of judging Louisville's first mullet competition.
Ooh.
So that's going to be a hoot and a half. And y'all need to come down and check that out.
This is a fishing rodeo event?
No, not mullet the fish, not mullet the fish, mullet the hairdo. I think one of the judging criteria is taste, and I have none, so that's perfect.
DCTA staff will be manning a booth and a table at Western Days, so if you're out there, please stop by and say hello. I have one, if no one else does. 2 items I'd like to share for the board and members of our stakeholders and community. DCTA was recently recognized with 2 national awards, one being the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the 16th consecutive year. This award recognizes a governmental unit that publishes a budget document that meets or exceeds the program criteria defined by the Government Finance Officers Association. And so alongside our many years of flawless audits, we have this budget presentation award to continue that excellence. So kudos to the team. And then our procurement staff was recently recognized with the 2022 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award for the 7th year in a row, signifying organizational excellence in the public and nonprofit arena. And it says the DCTA is one of 171 public procurement agencies in the whole country and Canada to receive the award. Collectively, our procurement staff has more than 50 years of experience and multiple certifications in public procurement. And so we're very proud of them. So thank you very much.
Great job.
Congratulations.
You guys have a schedule, like which month they get to stay in your office?
Like,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. We do have an executive session and lunch is already here. What is the pleasure of the board? Do you want to take lunch first and then go into executive session or vice versa? Or we can do lunch in executive session. Okay. Do a working lunch.
yes.
Why don't we, let me go ahead and read us into executive session. And then I'll give everybody a 5-minute break to use the restroom and then grab their food and then we'll start. So. Okay, so pursuant to Texas Government Section 551.0415, the Board of Directors may report. I'm sorry. The board may convene the board meeting into closed executive session for the following. The board of directors will convene in closed executive session pursuant to section 551.074 Texas Government Code, personnel matters, to deliberate the employment and duties of the chief executive officer. The time is 11:39. We're having some technical problems.
Okay.
Are we good now? Can we adjourn the meeting?
Or do we have to go through and do everything?
For the sake of the viewing public, in abundance of caution, we're going to redo the motion.
All right. I move that we have the chairman of the board of DCTA execute an employment contract for the DCTA CEO position with Mr. Paul Christina.
Second by Director Eads. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Congratulations, Mr. Christina. And with that, we will conclude today's meeting at 2:29 PM. Thank you.